to stop anywhere. This morning, I've done all intercourse with the news. To the colonial office, he wrote, I shall sail from the east with a fixed resolution to discover the termination of the Niger or perish in the attempt. Though all the Europeans who are with me should die, and though I were myself half dead, I would still persevere, and if I could not succeed in the object of my journey, I would at least die on the Niger. On November 19, 1805, Monkey Park sets in on his schooner with 4 soldiers, Lieutenant Martin, and 3 slaves. A man named Rabbi advertising on his head Canada. Martin would never be seen again. Martin Mark's life, although it would take several years for it to emerge. In 1806, the big represents qualified traders began to drink off the Africa, and Martin was companions and parents. In a miraculous year, inclusive evidence of Mark's negligence was by years. Discovery of Senegal, Mark's guide transformation to find out what exactly happened to Martin. As noted by Senegal, left Martin's incident of the night of the cave system or something fine. He had successfully returned to the operating and using his job. He now resigns his job to discover person to the thing. He left Senegal in January 1810, trying out his way for material. And they got his place recognized and found his ice dogs. It was like a mile down the thicket, and there's no space out there. Parking park. And I guess you could go looking down in their mines. We went by the tour guide or whatever, but we would just go down in there and like down in this to showers and stuff. And so you get down there, it'd be about 60 degrees. Parking is certainly headed down to the fast during this time. But and then any other art was very deep, I guess. I guess that was kind of where's that set of lines? Here, so the Ozarks, those are those involved. And they did about 6 years separating us from the mountainside. That was pretty awesome. That's where it disappears to his parts of it. He said to be down the responsible for avoiding canyons. And I think they said that some of the found are pirates. It was a toxic combination of parts dislike the natives and his desperate situation. He was essentially shooting his way down the Niger. Pirate Mark, age 22, would reach Timbuktu 50 years later. Said, this voyage down the river is an unfortunate legacy of Mark's journey. Here was a man who had never reached Timbuktu in the age before without firing a single shot. For the countdown, blasting his way down the Niger. And a few fields was big. Alexander Lang, a Scottish explorer, get some big shipments coming in. Some of you speculated that like partially island silver things actually get past the land and canned goods and MREs and lots of stuff. So yeah. It is here that the story gets a little clouded, but we will try and decipher what happened. At this point, market travel down the river about 1,000 miles, and in New England is roughly about 500 to 600 miles from the land. His guide, Amadi, was the party that was going to so Martin prayerfully remained on his journey. He wanted to learn a little language, find out what to expect, and get the protection of the local rulers. To this, he decided to offer gifts to the chief, who now became close. Just to clarify, these are 2 different people. Chief of Yori is one guy, and the king of Husa is another. Martin and Amadi take all the gifts, including the kings, the chief of Yori. Amadi gave the chief his gifts, and then gave the gifts intended for the king of Husa to the chief as well, with the understanding that those gifts would be passed along to the king. The king of Husa's gifts included 5 silver rings. Here begins some conflicting stories. Amadi said all seemed good. was happy with the gifts he had received. The chief said he would give the silver ring to the king. Thus, Rabbi sent his goodbyes to the heart of his men. Mark bought supplies and food so that they went down to earth. He said that he spent the night in the next morning he was offended by the king and he was He said that he and Mark could not give him any gifts to the king. He was insulted. Of course, the man said that he would give the silver rings to help the chief with his gifts to the king. But that didn't seem to do any good with Mark. The chief would come to him so he came for some dishes and he seized him on it. He said, said that my father's force is not able to this sound. Just like the glory of the person matters, the great celebration is king Crusoe based his men in garden by Satan was having a rubber channels. How can this stuck on the box? Now free. So he had swung the rope and the person made to try to protect him. He took me free and got it up from the box and his men were off anything that wasn't going down. And that didn't help the situation became more complicated as the spears and the weapons and my brain was just not too powerful. As his men wild, I can't do it all. I guess it was just not months ago. She released the story of the first half of this life as a war. Which death is the events of the king. Some speculate that was myself. Just reached the Thomas Park's intention was to travel so unfortunately, he died of fever shortly after. Mark's eldest son also became Allison received $4,000 the city a shadow of himself. Years into the centuries of the war, changes in the city. The night of history. He established the take. You see things in the internet and stuff like that, but it's been in all communications, sometimes years go by and nothing happened, that's what's happened. So I haven't had an experience down the way to watch 7 years or something like that, but it's talking about the legacy left. At the time, his travels were being Mark's travels really kick-started the Roman era, essentially just something region offered enormous economic about his first journey to the trails of Africa. It was the standard for subsequent explorers. One of the stats for this podcast that you already want about is it. Free online and second edition. I just only got explorers podcast.com. In everyone's travels in the arts, you discover companies and it's very different. What I love about Mark's first journey is the simple, never back. It's Mark, he's a guy who served in the profit market. Mark is a seasoned because of the simplicity. He was rarely seen as a threat, quite the opposite. He's a guy with the simplest of people. And the stories he was able to tell about the model jungle. His children see themselves in the slaves to read as a people. The stories are so dramatic. Mark, as we noted in the first podcast, this civilization was a good life as revolutions. We don't understand they have not savages, just people who don't deserve the favors. On the flip side, the second exhibition sequence of miracles and events. The decision to set out so late was breakfast all causing difficult lives. In marching to Africa with migrants, it was the opposite of being on a deck. Mark 6 was flawed beyond her dangerous considering the circumstances. And in the final leg of Mark's journey, create a lasting legacy. Stereotype that maybe one that has never been final thing about Mark was that his travels and his writings about those who captured the imagination of others who followed him as he was writing others and who take a command of the crisis for forward something for the sake of the Scottish Geographical Society.
That was on me. That was on another that's close to me. But that showed up on it. And I felt like maybe just like rough skin was just kind of like raised a little bit. But it wasn't like kind of like me like burn. But it wasn't like
that is the story of that was raised just the first European to reach that height.
It disappeared within 20 years. It was completely village kind of double down.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
Yeah, I think I showed it to Paul too. I showed it to Paul just to see if anyone had seen it. And that's the most main idea. It kind of looks like a D and a T. But I don't know. I have a hard time. I really could get like a C, maybe. It's like a T. I don't know. It could be like a reticle. You know, like maybe like a surgical reticle or something like that. It's on the floor. So it's like an anatomy place where it was like, I don't know, it was just weird place to have it. And it's not connected at all. You know, there's at the top of the French Revolution, there was a sect that looked like it was nature of progress. Also, team and the French team, the last age of glory, and age of tragedy was there. One man stood themselves on this age. So I got questions about the age of the podcast. Join these ideas of life and times. That's awesome. I remember characters and geographies. And wherever you find your podcasts, sleep paralysis, the same place we have.
He who controls the spice controls the universe. That is the line from Franklin's classic sci-fi novel. While the universe was infinite and stable in the 1400s, Single is pretty spot on with regards to the view of the economies of the space trade was the single most valuable commodity during the early 15th century. Those places came from the Far East, Asia, China, and of course, the big spice islands. But getting to the Far East was easier said than done. Trade came overland along the famous Silk Road, along the coast of the Indian Ocean, Arabia, and the Middle East, and the Mediterranean. The Italian city-states, particularly Venice, were the main middlemen in Europe, monopolizing the trade of spices as well as gems and silk from Asia, and it made them fabulous and rich. Thus, everyone wanted to get in on the trade. The trouble was that there were no other trade routes to Asia. In the 1400s, the Portuguese, under the guidance of Henry the Navigator, became extremely aggressive in seeking out great economic and political opportunities. East. This had an likely methodical exploration of the western coast of Africa. It was a gradual process, itself covering to Europe's eyes, the geography and makeup of the African continent. Even after Henry's death in 1462, the exploration moved to West Africa remained an important part of the growing Portuguese empire, providing gold, ivory, and slaves, and much more. All this was great, but above all else, what the Portuguese really wanted was a way to Asia. So it was that the west coast of Africa just kept going and going. The Portuguese explorers mapped out the coast for thousands and thousands of miles, but there was no end. In 1471, they reached the Gold Coast, present-day Ghana, then 40,000 miles away from the settlements of Africa. And that brings us to the subject of today's podcast, Bartolome Diaz. I want to start out by saying that Diaz is often referred to in his anglicized pronunciation, Bartolome Diaz. I'm going to try and stick to the Portuguese pronunciation. Know that I grew up calling the guy Bartholomew, so forgive me if I mess up any of your podcast. I also want to add that there are lots of Portuguese names in this episode. My pronunciation is not suspect. Just a warning. So on with the show. Bartolome Diaz was born in 1450 or 1451 in Portugal. Virtually nothing is known about Diaz's younger life. As he would be part of the royal court in later years, it's likely that he was from a noble family. We do know that Diaz was married and that he had 2 children. In 1482, the recently crowned King John II of Portugal decided to expand his empire in Africa. He put together an expedition of 9 ships under the command of Diogo de Azambuja, and gave him orders to proceed to the Gold Coast and construct a trade route. Bartolome Diaz was the part of the expedition to this day that of the Caribbean fleet. He planned to get the flight because he already had some experience as a naval or military officer. So, the expedition would be a success. The fortress was constructed on the Gulf of Guinea, giving the Portuguese a allowing them to dominate trade in the region for after this foray into Africa, Diaz would be the position of superintendent of the royal warehouses. He was also a member of the royal court, technically officially with King John II. When I started to see with the Portuguese monarch, Diaz positions to King John II, uncheating here and losing the anglicized pronunciation of John, because the Portuguese translation is spelled J-A-O. I've said it in past podcasts about well, I'm not that confident in pronunciation. Also, these 3 sources tend to reference the man as a gentleman who was 81 at the age of 25, which was aggressive monarch who consolidated power in Holland, who started to expand his influence abroad. He was led the exploration of the African coast, pushing further and further south for the Egyptian expedition. Of course, John had his eyes on the Far East, reaching the Spice Islands while being economically growing. To this end, covered as much as he could on the trade that was now coming. But there was another reason that John II was interested in Egypt, and that was the legendary kingdom of Prester John. If you've never heard of Prester John, you are in for a treat, even if I only the high points of the Prester John mythology. Prester John was a legendary king who was a Christian land in the Orient. Some said his kingdom was in India, others in the Middle East. Over time, others said it was in Ethiopia. The tales of Prester John and his Christian kingdom really took off on a letter that was written by Prester John, visiting and began circulating around Europe. The letter said that Prester John was the descendant of the 3 Magi, and that his kingdom was in India. In 1177, Pope Alexander would send a letter to Prester John, even though he didn't know who to address it. Sort of like a kid wrote a letter in Santa Claus mailbox. The stories go on like this for centuries. By the 1400s, the lands of India and China had been visited by Europeans, and the Christian kingdom, Prester John, was found. Thus, the popular theory was that Prester John's kingdom was actually in East Africa, specifically Ethiopia. King John was reportedly fascinated by the idea of Prester John. Spies he sent east and had instructions to try and find out more about his kingdom. So King John wanted out his exploration in Africa. He would find out in Asia, perhaps the kingdom of Prester John. The expedition covered the Elbe Road, which came across the in 1486. It was the furthest point in Europe and traveled down the coast of it was still 1,000 miles away from the southern tip of Africa. Ethiopians persisted, so he plotted out his next steps to reach Asia. In 1487, he dispatched 2 men, Alfonso de Greco, to the Middle East, and discovered the region. This expedition has with every three ships. Southwest second caravan in South Patagonia is commanded by Joao and Fatih. There was a small ship captained by Pedro Diaz, in August of 1487, the expedition set sail from Lisbon. But before setting out with Diaz on his route south, we wanted to cover the sources for this podcast. Eric shall be saying by the Arab sources. Like Diaz himself, there is not a lot about this page that is there. Portuguese learned to richly see about their overseas explorations in this area. Details about where they have been, look out into the decades, centuries later, sometimes never. This was a lot of the information about Portuguese exploration at this time was extreme. Unfortunately, the actual physical records from Diaz's voyage were destroyed in the 1750s. Thus, the stories lost out on the opportunity to see a lot of this guy that's one of the things that Diaz was like great creatures, you know. They were so we have this second-hand information and sources of many centuries. About 4 foot tall and understand about it. It's about 4 foot tall. And it was weird. It's like, so I can't ever tell if it's a dream or activity. Just, you know, if your brain is just lost or whatever. But look out this. I think guys have over 6 aspects that are telephones that I brought to. I looked outside and there were strange creatures. And they were just kind of moving around the side of the house. I didn't also remember making up with a strange job like that. It was just incredible. There's aliens out here. And my son said he had the exact same dream. It was the exact same time. So I don't realize the expedition if it was a dream or not. He is in a squadron. All of us in that house have had a similar type of dream where it had stuff for us and African slaves in there. And we know this is no shirt like that and caps and stuff like that. So I'm from the ideas we transferred to anything like that. You know, just kind of in weird places and stuff like that. Saying that, South Cristobal and South Patagonia, that was the furthest south any European had ever traveled. Around the New Year, Diaz and his 2 ships encountered a storm off the coast of present-day South Africa. The storm pushed the ships west and easily out from the coast and bound to the ocean. The ship out to near the storms, but they didn't expect having a word now. At this point, Diaz made a critical decision that had never been let him take his further south and then east. Diaz never knew our account to take the ship south. That's a lot of loss. He didn't take his winds going east and turning south. And then on February 4th, 1480, the coast of South Africa came into view. They entered what is now Mosel Bay, about 300 miles east of Cape Town. I recommend you look at exportpodcast.com and you can see Diaz's voyage. So, Diaz would continue east along the coastline. He found that the coastline is rebellion. This was a sign that the Indian Ocean was not far off. Diaz would have some serious issues to consider. Issues with oil and supplies, and the Arabs announced a setting. Some sources indicate that the ships were attacked by the indigenous peoples while there were no injuries or copies of words from my dad by outside natives. Any landing to provide food or water or provisions would run the risk of conflict. Something small thing was now prepared for for about a month. The 2 ships were continuing along the coast of South Africa until they reached the Rocky Headland Call. And here's a name I almost assuredly myself. Rocky Headland Call, Hawaii, near the mouth of the Elizabeth River on May 12th, 1488. They had traveled about 300 or so miles since landfall to the bay. At this point, Diaz wanted to continue on. His orders, after all, were to find a route to Asia. He had sailing probably in India, but his men were not looking for such a voyage. One source says that Diaz appointed a council to discuss the matter, and they agreed the ships should turn around. They simply did not have enough provisions for continuing. Ultimately, Diaz would agree, but from our sources, it seems like he didn't have much of a choice. His career was not going to go on. Diaz would plant a large stone cross called a padra at the location. The padra was inscribed with the coat of arms of Portugal, a visible stake in a claim to the region by Diaz for his nation. Thus, Quadro Mr. Cape that Diaz and his expedition reached.
I know. This
Now,
sounds
Diaz and his men had to get back home, which was no simple task. He would eventually come to the southernmost tip of Africa, the Cape of Good Hope. For some time, he was called Cabo das Tormentas, Cape of Storms, which, by the way, is much more appropriate name. The Cape has long been considered one of the most dangerous spots in the world for a ship because of the tempestuous and unpredictable nature of the weather. I read that in this time period, upwards of 20% of all ships that try to sail around the Cape of Good Hope have made it through passage around the Cape, surrounding and head up Africa's western coast. Diaz's next stop was there to pick up the supply ship he left in the storm off the coast of Ecuador. When they arrived, they found that 6 of their members were dead as a result of fighting this great episode. So Diaz would continue north up the African coast and reach his Billy November 1788. He had traveled nearly 16,000 miles and so he had completed something that no man had ever done, rounding the Cape of Good Hope. The Portuguese now knew that they could sail around Africa and open a direct trade with Asia. Even more remarkable, Diaz had accomplished this feat without losing a single ship. Diaz's voyage he hailed in Portugal, but King John was reportedly disappointed that Diaz had not pressed his fleet further. Rounding the tip of Africa was great, but there was still a lot of unknown if the ship wanted to get to India. John had wanted Diaz to continue on, and perhaps he could meet up with the spies from Rabbi and establish a definitive route to the Far East. And Diaz had not reached Ethiopia, and thus no word about Prester John and his Christian kingdom. When all was said and done, the Bible sea route around Africa was in the hands of King John and the Portuguese. However, the wheels of exploration began to slow. John and his ministers did not press forward with another expedition to actually reach them. Instead, the Portuguese waited while their spies continued to gather information in the Far East. Also, the rivalry between the Spanish and the Portuguese was growing. King John likely had his eyes on the home front during this time. As for Diaz's expedition, one may believe further that King John rechristened the Cape of Storms as the Cape of Good Hope, and the owners today. The new well, after all, was a potential error from John and Portugal. Also, it offered a little PR move because now many men wanted to sail their ships around the Cape of Storms. Cape of Good Hope, sure, that sounds like a nice place. Cape of Storms, and anyhow, let us check in with Bartolome Diaz. As noted, in the aftermath of this expedition, there was speculation that King John was disappointing in Diaz despite his accomplishments. We don't know the exact details, but one thing we do know is that Diaz was not offered any other major position by the king. For a time, Diaz would go to Africa, work at a military site in Guinea. But it was not until 1497, a decade after his groundbreaking voyage, that Diaz stepped back into the history spotlight. A lot had happened in the world in the early 1400s, and Christopher Columbus had run into a continent that nobody really actually knew about. At least most people knew it was Asia. So the kingdoms of Spain and Portugal had a real interest in pressing what advantages they possessed. Portugal, the Treaty of Tordesillas, signed in 1494, would give them a monopoly on any trade route to Asia around the African continent. Up to this point, the Portuguese had not followed up on Diaz's achievements. That is change. Speaking of changes, in 1495, King John II died. The competition between Spain and Portugal and Brazil meant Rabbi was to send the Africa and finally establish a trade with India. Some of these auctions and bankruptcy has a ship
YouTube motherfuckers. No time like 4:30. Shout out to Alex, he didn't know.
It's a big project. Yeah, I'm still looking for chips that are interested in different skill sets and expertise to contribute a year or on land in the field. Same exact size and to the coverage here that the company in South America have been bumped into, but it's like a whole fucking story. So he had a Constitution in Asia. Whatever the story, we actually know the answer. The Holy Republic was in April of 1500 would allow Portugal to claim on the region. After spending several weeks in Brazil, the fleet sailed east, aiming to make their way around the southern tip of Africa. The Cape of Storms unfortunately arrived here today. The fleet ran into 6 straight days of storms as they tried to round the Cape, and eventually 4 of the ships would be lost, including the one commanded by Diaz. It is not known how Diaz's ship went down, perhaps his vessel was thrown on the rocks. Maybe just succumbed by freezing. So October 8, Diaz was dead, lost at sea and attempted to round the Cape of Good Hope. He was 49 or 50 years old. As you know, the time to reach India, the crossing we have been successful to Madagascar, as well as much of the eastern coast of Africa. So that is the life of Bartolomeu Diaz. As we heard earlier, his life and his voyages are void of a lot of detail. It would have been amazing to have gotten a journal or diary from Diaz and all his men, but it was not to be. As for Diaz, his accomplishments make in history, the big clues have gone to those that followed, especially the Gama, as he was the one that ultimately reached India. But Diaz had done something no man had ever done, rounded the southern tip of Africa. It was an extraordinarily dangerous thing. He's actually doing so. He is proved that a siege of Asia was feasible. So after studying Portugal established itself as a own colony, soon Portugal was already colonized and trading posts in Madagascar, India, Brazil, Spice Islands, and many more places. And at this time, Portugal had become the greatest trading nation in the world. Diaz's journey had helped to As for Diaz's family, and as children, Antonio became a knight of the Golden Cross, the military order establishment was only a matter of the ambition of the Templars in the 14th century. And Diaz's grandson, Paulo Diaz de Gomes, would become a colonizer in Africa, founding the city of Luanda in Angola in 1575. He would also become the first captain general of Portuguese Angola. You can find numerous statues and monuments dedicated to Bartolomeu Diaz around the world, but the coolest one is the Diaz Cross Memorial, which is in Guayaquil, the easternmost point in Diaz's epic journey. It was here that Diaz had set up a large stone cross, claiming the lands from Portugal. For hundreds of years, no one knew exactly where Diaz had lived, but in 1938, Professor Eric Axelson of the Department of History at the Witwatersrand University in South Africa uncovered the remains of the original cross, over 5,000 pieces. Many pieces of the Great Cross were sent to Witwatersrand University, but it's 1.5 centuries earlier. So that is our tale of the life of Portuguese explorer Bartolomeu Diaz, the first man to round the southern tip of Africa. I hope you enjoyed it, and thank you very much for listening.
I love it. I can't wait for that anything for the shit and stuff.
Just me.
Anything else you want to talk? Yo, dog. What up, Logan? First and foremost, shout out to you, your consistency, your fortitude for this space. It's been going like all night. I mean, you're just a tremendous host. So shout out to you. Great. We well, you got your own little carnival that comes with you, so to speak. I just want you to know it's really appreciated your dedication here. Um, absolutely. So I was in a space yesterday, and I mean, there's not a whole lot more that's been disclosed about this, but I just wanted to know. Oh, all right. Uh, Essentially about deep underground military bases. Well, I'm confused why I was dropped down. Can you please explain? I'm confused what I said. Can you please let me know so I know not to offend anyone? Yeah, so anyway, moving on. I'm going to talk about deep underground military bases. Essentially, everything from Mount Weather to Dulce to Edwards Air Force Base may all essentially be connected underground. I want to know what your thoughts are, what the room's thoughts are on this. Exactly. Essentially, perhaps using like levitation rail or like maglev, and like specifically, let's just talk about perhaps one of the bases, Dolce base, which is a really intriguing base. Is anyone aware of essentially like all the different levels that they have there, and perhaps there may be some kind of like hybrid programs going on? Oh no, you're good. Just some ideas about these deep underground military bases. So like I love this idea, not necessarily the clandestine aspects of it and that it's classified, but the technology blows my mind. Essentially, that you can go coast to coast within an hour or so, just depending, or perhaps transcontinentally within a few hours. And I really think that this type of technology would benefit the greater good. Essentially, some of the ways that these tunnels were bored were with like this. I think that there's some areas of the United States that definitely could benefit from this. Through some areas of Appalachia, really from Orange County into the Inland Empire. We could use a tunnel. Essentially, you have to go around a mountain pass at Cleveland National Forest in order to do it. I mean, those are just a few examples. I know that they're used in Europe a lot through the Alps, but we just don't use them in the United States, and I think that's unfortunate. One interesting story that I remember hearing from John Lear, and I love me some John Lear. I'm not saying everything that John Lear has to say is truthful, uh, and I'm not saying that he's a bad person. I just he has some wild theories. One of them, I don't know how wild this is, but you could get to Area 51. So there's always this question of like, how do you get to Area 51? There's a few routes. There's the Janus flights uh, that take off from McCarran or now Harry Reid International Airport that go there, but that hasn't necessarily explained that the potential that more people could be going there through other modes. So one of them, as this is what John Lear said, a Las Vegas, basically, he knows a lot about Las Vegas. No, he was a friend of Bob Lazar from Area S4. So Bob, yeah, exactly. I think he's dead now, but I mean, maybe he did. I don't want to say one way or another, but one story that he had is that another way to get to Area 51 was through the Las Vegas Strip, basically Las Vegas Boulevard. So what you do is you park your car in one of those casino parking lots that are really open to the public, and there's a certain casino. I'll name it. It's Imperial Palace, and there's this area of the casino that is really nondescript, and it looks like you're just walking in to like you could be a cocktail waitress, you could be a server. It's just a door basically, and you walk in there, and it takes you to like a system that has a train that travels underground to Area 51. I've always thought this was an intriguing idea because it's basically something that I think kind of links the surface to the underground world. Has anyone ever heard of this connection or any other real world holes into real world entrances into the deep underground military base system? I haven't either. It's very interesting to me that such a major transportation system could take place and we don't hear about it. I've never heard anyone, and this is a question for the room, has anyone ever heard of any person on one of these underground train systems? I see we have. No issue at all. We have Hey Ocean who's come up to speak and Mellow Demon. Welcome. Thank you. So I've got one. I've got one for Logan. This is right where in and around where he lives. So we live pretty close to each other. And one rumor that I've always heard. Uh, so if you're taking PCH, essentially, and some naval shipyards there in and around the area, really between Long Beach and like Huntington Beach, there's a lot of military bases there. And one of the theories is that there is an underground submarine base that basically you can travel and take a submarine into the Nevada through one of these underground systems. So not only perhaps are there rail systems, but there may be water systems as well. And this comes from Nevada, like in the middle of the desert. There is this Navy base. Basically, it's like the some kind of Navy submarine base. I'll look it up, but it is basically kind of in a strange uh, location for being in the middle of the desert. And so, kind of just another interesting aspect of this that not all the deep underground military bases may be rail. There may be some that have water. And additionally, I've heard that those naval bases could perhaps um, uh, uh, cross of the entire United States. So you would be able to get from the Pacific to the Atlantic without using a canal system or anything like that, which would make a lot of sense in my opinion, because like in the case of a war, you don't want to necessarily have to travel all the way around the Americas to get your submarines to where they want to go. So instead, there's this tunnel system that's been bored through bedrock essentially, so that submarines can travel a straight line across the United States. Do I know it's true or not? No, I just think it's really a fascinating theory. And the fact is, it's really close to where we live, perhaps one of the entrances to it. Oh, one other thing, one last thing. North of Los Angeles, in Santa Barbara, there is what is generally known as like an aviation alley where in order to get to Edwards Air Force Base so that the government doesn't have all kinds of secret planes flying over Los Angeles, planes are told basically to travel in north of the Channel Islands from Santa Barbara and to go to the like Lockheed facilities and at Edwards Air Force Base in and I guess it's still Los Angeles County, but so that the general public of Los Angeles doesn't say, "Hey, why do we have all these secret planes flying over the city all the time?" People would see them, so instead they take them north through Santa Barbara, where there are a lot less people. These are just some interesting facts that I've heard. I don't know if they're facts, but some interesting tidbits I wanted to share with you. Thank you. The based in Nevada. I believe it's called Naval Sea Systems Command, which is in Hawthorne, Nevada, which is just an interesting place to have anything Navy related in the middle of the day. Does anyone remember that television show? Excellent. Thank you for the confirmation. As to someone mentioning secret base in the Caribbean, I've known that to be the Atlantic Undersea Test and Evaluations Center. Um, Also, Naval Sea Systems Command is based out of there, where basically there are all these crazy, uh, let's see here, not UFO, but like the submerged one, USOs, I guess. And they just come out of the ocean, and these things have been seen by the explorers for like hundreds of years. So this isn't necessarily a modern phenomenon where just like a UFO will just come out of the water and then fly, and it's as if the rotational force field that they have around it is impenetrable by water as well, which would make sense, but it's wild technology. That's very interesting. At least Phil Schneider, that those I don't know what you call them, documentaries or videos with that of them. They're from like the early '90s. And, that's almost 30 years ago. We really haven't had any disclosure since then. It's interesting to me as well. Really, since Bob Lazar in 1988, we've never really had any major credible people speak out about S4 or Area 51. I would I would have thought that it would have become much more common, but apparently they were able, when I say they, the government or whoever runs these programs, was able to silence a lot of people. Or the fact is that the whistle had already been blown, and there's nothing more to say. And in order to keep a very good job and your clearance and your family's livelihood and your life, perhaps you just don't speak out about these things. But in my opinion, I would think that you get more disclosure as time goes on, and really, it's been pretty silent since then. Does anyone know of any major whistleblower about Area 51 in the last 30 years aside from Bob Lazar? Thank you. I'm going to take a look at that. Charlie, Charlie Hall. Excellent. Another theory that I've heard, and this one blows me away, is Okay, so if you know what CERN is, essentially the European uh, molecular accelerator, there is a theory that at the bottom of Lake Geneva, and I know this sounds like a cartoon, but there's a base that many alpine and like glacier lakes are much deeper than is publicly stated. So basically at the bottom of this lake there is a uh, it's like I don't know how to describe it. For whatever reason, you just say you're an engineer and nobody, or like a scientist, and nobody bats an eye to that. It's a very good cover story because people don't really understand the physics of it that well, and it's far away. And the idea is that CERN is essentially the largest of these, or maybe like uh, the headquarters of many of these deep underground military bases. Does anyone know about this? At least CERN is where the World Wide Web was launched. There's a lot of secrecy to it. Does anyone know anything more about it? Wasn't that wild? That was absolutely wild when they built, and this it's all related. They built that underground tunnel. It took them a long time with um, nuclear tunnelers, and then they had the craziest like Luciferian uh, what would you describe it as, buddy? Event where they celebrated it, and it was creepy. That's all I have to say. Exactly. I mean, if I'm a normal scientist, I'm asked. I mean, I want to keep my job, so maybe I'm not asking questions, but I'd be like, yo, none of this is scientifically driven. It is just that. It's a ritual. Uh, wouldn't we want to highlight great scientists of the world, and perhaps see how we can advance creativity in scientific fields? But it wasn't that at all. It was very paganistic, or uh, just, I would say, hedonistic. If you haven't seen it, I think you can probably still find it on the internet. And buddy, do you know that was when that tunnel was open, right? It was like a huge tunnel that was built under the mountains, and that was the celebration event. Is that correct? Another good one I like. I don't know if this one's true or not, but well, I don't know if any of these are true. These are just really intriguing things to me. Like it's really advanced technology and such. And if you've ever been to Los Angeles, specifically West LA, specifically Bel Air, there is it's, quite a wealthy area, and there are gates around this area of Bel Air that are very interesting. So there's this theory that if and when like things will happen someday, well, there'll be some kind of civil unrest, and people will basically be going for the like much like the French Revolution, going for the rich. And Bel Air is such that it has some kind of laser system that a laser fence that can prevent people from entering. Has anyone heard of these laser fences of any type? Excellent, thank you. You're right. It's almost, and I've said this before, it's like a breakaway civilization. If you ever are near the coast of California, specifically where I've seen it, really well is like Doheny Beach, which is very close to LAX. You can sit there and watch hundreds of helicopters all day long that go from basically Malibu to like San Clemente or like Orange County all day long, and they just fly in and out. And they don't do this over Los Angeles, over the city, because they don't want people to know that they're they basically don't have to wait in traffic anymore because of the helicopter system. It's amazing. It's like a helicopter highway is the only way I would describe it, where you just sit there and watch helicopters go back and forth all day long, taking the rich and famous to wherever their destinations want to be, uh, may be. But the interesting to me is they don't generally fly those over the city. I mean, this is kind of that theory of Kobe Bryant, not necessarily his death or anything, but he would take helicopters to the games. He would take helicopters um, from his home in Newport Coast to wherever it needed to be. The idea of the helicopter, in my opinion, is really the flying car. I don't know if we'll ever necessarily have a flying car for the common person. I think we'll just have improved helicopters with lower decibel levels and better gyroscopes. Does anyone have any theories on the helicopter being the potentially the flying car? Agreed. And I think the price of that, I mean, from what I understand, you need like element 115 or some kind of advanced particle. And that may person, even the rich people in society, uh, perhaps out of reach. Even if it was within reach, if one of those vehicles crashed, the ability to reverse engineer it, I think, is a danger to some people. From what I know, the powers that be do not want people to be able to travel of their own accord in 3 dimensions. They want people on a two-dimensional grid. It's much easier to control people, and eventually, and this is even coming soon, you're going to have mileage limits where the amount of mileage that a person can travel in a given day, and additionally, I think you'll have um, just more limitations on the right to travel. Has anyone heard about these mileage limitations? I'm in agreement with you, buddy. I don't know if anybody's seen. I don't know if it's new technology, but there's a bike that can power. A flying bike is what it is essentially, where you just use pedal power to be able to create enough power to get lift. I've seen it work. It's just an issue of it crashes, and if you basically get a cramp or something, you'll die in the sky. Perhaps there. So I mean, I think some of the things that maybe when we were children or even people who were futurologists would predict, like jetpacks. Uh, haven't seen that kind of technology realistically. That. The broader question is, did you think that we would have what we had in the Jetsons when you were, it seems like everyone here is an adult. Did you think that jetpacks would be a reality or the flying car? Well, the Catalina is certainly a thing, but there is a Navy base in the Caribbean, just when no one ever can read again. The way that I learned about this, does anybody remember the show UFO Hunters? I think it was on Discovery or History Channel, one of the, I think it's History Channel. It was a very good show, and I think a lot of the shows basically were kind of made fun of to the point where they don't produce them anymore. But that's where I learned about it, and that's where you learn about the USO underground, underwater what, unidentified submerged, and but I mean those are really, I mean, I would say extremely secretive to my knowledge because um, UFOs are secretive enough, but then when you add the variable of water, it's ridiculous. Just one moment to pull up the name of this. They did a UFO Hunters on it. I think that was a really good show. They also, I think, the guy's name is Bruno who did it. He also did UFO Magazine. All right, so this it's known as Atlantic Undersea Test and Evaluation Center. So that's a nice name for it. Let's see here. At least what Wikipedia says. It's a laboratory that performs integrated three-dimensional hydrospace aerospace trajectory measurements covering the entire spectrum of undersea simulated warfare, calibration, classification, detection, and destruction. Its mission is to assist in establishing and maintaining naval ability of the United States through testing, evaluation, and underwater research. So this is something apparently that's been located in the Caribbean. This is the background. The typical task performed at AUTEC is testing and certifying the proficiency of U.S. Navy submarine captains and their crews, as well as the accuracy of their undersea weapons. Uh, the sophisticated facility includes three test ranges, the weapons range, the cooking range, and forex range, all located in the tongue of the ocean. So essentially, it's in the Bahamas, and there's not a lot more known about it, from my knowledge. I don't know anyone who has been there, but if you wanted to know what the underwater Area 51 is, it is known as Atlantic Undersea Test and Evaluation Center. There's that, but then I've also heard the thing off of Catalina Island that basically there's some kind of either UFO base there, or that we have some kind of facility there that may be related to what I was talking about that occurs in Seal Beach and Huntington Beach because they're all very closely related in proximity. So, to my knowledge, the Atlantic Undersea Test and Evaluation Center is at least the United States' Area 51 for USOs and perhaps anything underwater related. Does anybody know anything more about this? Breaking news, I don't know if anyone's aware of this. Elon Musk has tweeted this every 2 months that hiring a CEO for X/Twitter. She will be starting in about 6 weeks. my role will transition to being executive chair and CTO at Everton Tata Software and CSOC. So essentially, it's a she. Damn it! I thought I was going to get the role. Apparently, I'm going to have to wait till next time. you can't go into that much depth and just be like, I wouldn't know from experience. That is literally the most detailed description of non-existent semen I've ever heard. Have you ever put your own semen in peanut butter? Generally, it can be sweet as well, but the sour part's what's funny. Are there underwater like jets that only can see them? Yeah, like 90% of the Earth's oceans are uncharted. So perhaps I just think it's hard to get sunlight generally at the bottom of the sea floor to, usually you need like photosynthesis and things. So I don't know, but if they're going to be anywhere, they'd be there. How about a seahorse? Does that throw you off? It's not really a horse. Stony, that's a great question, and it's something I've been asking myself for a long time. We have submarine technology to be able to do so. I don't understand why there isn't like a Google Street View of the ocean. It'd be pretty easy to do, in my opinion. I think that they don't want us looking into the ocean and perhaps some of the secrets that it may hold. There are like essentially some areas like the Great Barrier Reef and things that are protected wildlife refuges, refuge. It's an excellent question. Why are we? So I'm not saying we shouldn't be focused on space, but before we focus on space, I really think that we should know what our oceans consist of, and we should perhaps make that information available. If you just got a submersible drone to be able to take pictures, I know most of the ocean's going to look black. So then use infrared cameras or something to give me an idea of what it's like and allow me to play around with it. I think that would be good for society. Well, I'm saying play around with the Google Ocean View. They currently have um, some types of ocean views on Google Maps, but they're not necessarily actual pictures. I want real pictures. When I was a kid, they they were like these. I don't know. It was still part of cryptozoology, the idea of the giant squid. And now, I mean, they've washed up on shore. They aren't very common, but they live at the very depths of the ocean. And it was something that was kept secret for many years, or not necessarily confirmed. And I don't know what else perhaps might be out there. I mean, we may find many different uh, new types of biology on the ocean floor. I'm sure that we haven't been able to um, categorize everything. So, in my opinion, that's a really great idea. Correct. That's another one. That's a great point, Stanley. Why don't we have Google Street View of Antarctica? You know, some parts of Google Maps are in high def, especially over cities, but then there's some other areas like China, Israel, Antarctica that are very blurry. I don't like that. I want to be able to see. Yes, yes, absolutely. So more specifically, Google Earth can do that, but it's not in HD. When I talk about Google Street View, I mean essentially someone like boots on the ground view of what I'm seeing. I think that that's important as well. Exactly. The fact that they haven't, it's questionable to me. Why would we not want to do that? Google essentially wants to map all the world's trails, which is great. I think that's cool. All the world's streets, and they keep doing that. I understand that's important, but there's like this huge gap of knowledge that we have that they aren't publishing. And I think that's unfortunate. I'm I'm in agreement with you, Starbuck. It's an excellent question. I don't know the answer to it, but it's something that puzzles me as well. Right, it's very confusing. And something that Google's also done. I'm sorry, I'm very disappointed with their CEO. I'm not saying that Eric, uh, the guy before him, was any better, but we have this type of technology. Google Maps was groundbreaking. Google Earth was groundbreaking. There was an aspect of Google Earth that allowed for 3D modeling of cities, and that hasn't advanced. I mean, it's not like you can see your city in 3 dimensions, and I think that that would be a thing by now. It's like they're just sitting on their technology. I don't know what they're doing, honestly, at Alphabet. They just had their I/O conference yesterday, and they talk about AI a lot, but it's like they're in second place for AI, at least behind OpenAI. And of anyone who should be advancing these types of technology, it should be Google. They have the number one and number two most visited websites in the entire world. Yet it seems like they're behind in fields where they should be the leaders. I think mapping has become one of those as well. Eric Schmidt was the name of the previous CEO on whose name I was blanking. But yeah, I honestly think that Google sits on a lot of technology, does not release it, and I have expectations that if you're going to essentially enslave us with our own data, let us benefit from it somehow. You can do restaurant reviews, and you can maybe zoom do like see satellite images, but they haven't enhanced that at all. It's really disappointing to me. I don't know if this is necessarily an opinion held by the greater room, but I feel that the pandemic uh, perhaps created uh, somewhat of a variable, an unseen variable to some, maybe, that has distracted the general public on many things scientific related. Everything has become so health oriented and important as well, but it's important as a civilization, I think, to understand what's going on the surface and perhaps under the surface before you go exploring. And currencies, NFTs, but really nothing about some of the more hard sciences that traditionally where we were getting more results. Does anyone else feel similar, or do you have any other opinions? I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. And I think that's a good thing for the coming generations that people are more in touch with their spiritual side. And I wish they could perhaps meld that with their scientific side. I think there's a lot of potential there as well. When it comes to these technology companies, I'm disappointed with the speed at which they update, and the speed at which they advance. To me, really, uh, Twitter Spaces or Twitter has not had. It hasn't changed. I mean, Twitter Spaces has been made with Twitter Blue 4000, but really, it's kind of the same old stuff. Instagram, same old stuff. I mean, Instagram's the same that it was 5 years ago. Same with Facebook. It's like honestly, these companies basically got uh, they're satisfied with what kind of monopoly they had on everything and decided they weren't going to advance any further. I think that's really unfortunate because they have so much data and they have so much opportunity to help the world, and it's just they choose not to. In my opinion, TikTok is just what Instagram is. They're really not that different. TikTok just basically saw what Instagram did and added a couple of things to it, and now that's the new thing. But it's really not any different than what Instagram is. Does anybody think that Instagram and TikTok are radically different? Those are correct statements. So, Kimmy, what do you think is so different about TikTok than Instagram? If I may ask? Well, Instagram has that aspect as well. So you're saying that Instagram is just generally photos and TikTok is video? I, I beg to differ on that one. It has pictures as well. Generally. I have 100 different Instagram accounts and over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I think I have 1,069 TikTok accounts. I think I have more TikTok accounts than any human in global history. I know their signups are just relatively similar. It's harder, it's more difficult to get an Instagram account than it is a TikTok account at this current time. But really, I mean, they're basically either photo or video display apps that have some kind of live video capabilities. In my opinion, Instagram is still somewhat, I would say, somewhat superior on this fact. If you do a live Instagram live, it will save, and you can just save it directly to your timeline or your grid or whatever, as opposed to TikTok where you have to download it and re-upload it. Aside from that, I don't see them being very different. And it's interesting to me as well that you have the overlays or the or what do you call them? The different masks that you can wear and the filters on Instagram and on TikTok. But it's like many times the company isn't the one, aren't the ones who are developing this. It's like a filter that was developed by someone else, which tells me that the companies don't really care. Well, at least Instagram, Facebook, they don't really care anymore. I'm disappointed with Facebook overall. I think a lot of people are in Meta. We should be closer to the metaverse. People should be using AR and VR more. They put out products. I mean, there was like the Facebook dollar that they were going to put out that failed, that they pulled the plug on during the pandemic. There's the Facebook portal that failed. I'm looking at one right now. It's just basically like technology that they launch, but they don't have any QA on it, much benefit in it, and then it fails. I mean, really, at the end of the day, Facebook's just a data company, and it only buys companies that are successful, like WhatsApp and Instagram. Aside from that, it really hasn't done too much. And even if you know about the start of Facebook, perhaps in 2004, it was essentially a deep state program as well. So I'm just disappointed overall in technology companies at this point. The one bright point is potentially what I think is going to be Twitter, perhaps. Anybody have any questions or anybody have any comments on the name change of Twitter to X? Thank you so much, Logan. I appreciate that. I'm an inquisitive person, and I like being around like-minded, inquisitive individuals as well. I think that it's interesting, and I may have said this, so apologies if I have. Sorry, I got muted there. Thank you so much, Logan, for those kind words. When it comes to X, okay, so as I know the Elon Musk story, and I'm very skeptical of it all because I know that he has a background, or his family has a background in owning emerald mines. And anyone who owns emerald mines, essentially, you are, in my opinion, somewhat of, you may not have had slaves, but it's pretty close if you're barely paying people anything. So there's a lot of, I don't like those kind of backgrounds. So that being said, Elon Musk, though, he comes out with, like, out of nowhere, out of University of Pennsylvania, and has the some kind of like portion that creates PayPal. He also buys X.com. At what point could anyone buy single letter domain names? If you go to single letter domain names, there are only two that I know that worked when I tried them all, X.com and Z.com. Why aren't these more common? I would think that, like, if you had A.com, everyone would go to your website. It would be a very common thing for people to do. Single letter domain names have not, if it was, if every person out there had the same opportunity to buy single digit domain names. I mean, does anyone out there use a single character domain name? Does anyone go to any website that's A.com, B.com, C.com, any of those? Anyone? And if he did, he's more than welcome to. But why would other people do that and use those websites for whatever? I mean, just to brand it. A.com to me would be a very great website to have. It's very powerful. Yet I've never known anyone to go to it. B.com, C.com, D.com, all the way up. The only two, X.com is one, and then I know Z.com. It's like a Japanese company. But in my opinion, those are just really, really perhaps valuable domain names that aren't being used. So we have a room here of 20 people or so. Has anyone ever gone to a single character domain? Excellent. And Stone Day, please tell me if you find any of them. I have X.com had something. There's a core website, and Z.com had something. Everything else was just like domain not available, which is really interesting to me. I would think that, I mean, there are just a litany of companies out there that would want those domain names and just aren't using it. So I've always been skeptical of X.com and having some kind of perhaps deep state or kind of ulterior start, because the fact is that's the only website that I've ever even heard discussed in the mainstream that is a single character domain name. I mean, when I remember when the internet was essentially starting, you could get domain names. Business.com was a big one. Like go.com was a big one. But A.com should have been bigger than all of them. B.com should have been bigger than all of them. Yet we don't hear anything about these. And I don't understand why. I don't know who owns them. It's very difficult to find out this information. But so with that being said, when it comes to X.com, I think he's trying to make X, being Twitter, an all-inclusive app. I wish him the best with that. I think it definitely has the opportunity, but it's taking a long time. And I don't know, maybe I'm someone who just is on Twitter is going to take company. So hopefully with the announcement of a new CEO, he'll have more oversight and perhaps be able to get some of these updates out faster. Sheena, please go ahead. You're good. I lot of those people who, perhaps for whom you work, who were trying to start up their own search engine. Did they ever have any success with it? It takes a lot to do. I mean, of course, you have domain and server costs, and then additionally, there are issues that may come from governments if you're showing the wrong websites. So I think that it's just that initial lift is so great that people generally can. I personally do use different websites. I mean, I use Google from like 2004 until 2022 or so, until I just started finding that the way that its algorithm is working, it was not giving me the same types of websites that I used to get. Google used to be phenomenal for getting information, but now all you get is just mainstream sites. It's impossible. Like, you used to Google something and you used to get like people's like their GeoCity sites and their like little websites out there. You never get that anymore. It's almost impossible to find anything. It's all like fact. Exactly. I agree. So I don't have a lot of money to go to the movies and have Netflix and all those kinds of things that some people. I don't have all the money in the world, and so what I like to do is still use search engines to find movies that I perhaps want to watch, And at least on Google, it's like it's impossible to find anything that when I used to be able to go to Google and type in, watch Terminator Online 3, and it would give me like 1,000 websites. Now, because of the Millennium Copyright Act, you can't see any of that stuff. Fine, I can go to Bing and find a little bit of that, but if I go to some smaller search engines, which I've been using a lot more now, I still find a lot of those old suggestions, and so I find that I exactly. I feel that perhaps intelligence agencies and the companies themselves don't want people to have access to a lot of that information. They only want you to go to the verified fact check websites. I agree. Does anyone out there remember the days of forums, like internet forums? I mean, I'm sure many of us do, where people maybe on a daily basis, but they go to forums. They have their own communities almost, and they discuss subjects. It wasn't just like there's only one forum website out there, Reddit, and you have to basically be at the beck and call of Reddit moderators and admin in order to get your views out there, and that's how it essentially is now. I know there's above top secret and some other ones, perhaps for disclosure purposes, but even those I feel are um, are I don't want to say limited in what they can show. Does anyone know of any really great forums out there that they go to regularly? Because I just don't know about any anymore. Agreed, can be. It seems like Reddit has taken over that world, and um, which is fine. I mean, Reddit has a lot of great content on it, and I think it's underutilized as well. I know a few years ago, Reddit spent their entire advertising budget on a Super Bowl ad, which is great. I mean, everybody can find out about you on the Super Bowl, but really, Reddit is not seen as, I think, a legitimate social media network by the mainstream when it absolutely is. It's just not discussed on television or it is basically greatly utilized but not really discussed. I can see that. At least I know when Ellen Pao took over as Reddit CEO, a lot of people felt that she did a poor job, especially when it came to free speech issues, and it just really upped the mod and admin bannability. I know it's very interesting. I saw a statistic. If you weren't aware, Reddit, and I can find it, but I do almost know this off the top of my head. 1 in 5 of the 500 largest Reddit subreddits are all moderated by the same group of like 10 people. So basically, let me find the statistic just one moment. But what I'm trying to say is that it's a gatekeeper society, and if someone doesn't like what you have to say, perhaps in one subreddit, they'll ban you from all of them. And I think that's really unfortunate. A lot of subreddit a lot of subreddits. Okay, here we go. The same 5 people moderate 500 of the most popular subreddits, so it's only 5 people. These are like super mods. And here's the thing: they're all here's the statistic: 92 out of the top 500 subreddits on Reddit are controlled by just 4 people. So, I mean, that means 1 in 5 of the things that you're going to perhaps see are controlled by 4 people. And here's the thing: no one knows who they are, and I think that's really unfortunate. They're not docs. They can hide behind their usernames. They could perhaps even be intelligence agencies or, people who work for those or are contractors with those, and you would never know. I mean, Reddit, if we took all the world's forums and say, okay, now that's Reddit, you have to think that 1 in 5 of them are controlled when you control who can post and what they can post. Sheena, go ahead.
Okay, so back when we talked about in 2002, the top model where they started giving our girls circles. And some years back, because we think that how much would it cost in this day and age for people to implement give private bid? I mean, we kind of do that ourselves. So we wonder how much it would cost and like how hard is it for just writers to come up with certain these things, you know what I mean?
I absolutely do. I do. I don't have the funds to do that, but this has always been a thought of mine as well. People generally think that Google has the best search engine results. I think that is arguable, particularly now. But if I were Bing or any of their competitors, Yahoo, I would literally just take the Google search results and make them my own. And I don't think that a court would be able to necessarily say one way or another whether you were stealing that data, just because it can vary so often. In my opinion, it's like if you really wanted to outdo your competition, just do what they're doing and do it a little better. Go ahead, Sheena.
Okay, so I heard something just yesterday that media in America, not all of them, some media in America, they have free reign over everything literally. So they can take whatever they want and brainwash and demonize it and not to tell anybody anything because it's free range. And it's like, is that really doing that? So a search engine is kind of like media, you know?
There's definitely an opportunity there. You've had this mediaopoly, as it was once referred to on Saturday Night Live. All these conglomerates where that basically like 6 companies own all of these apps or own all of the media. I know when I just read that thing about Elon Musk, who announced 1 hour before I read it that there would be a new CEO, perhaps she's going to be a woman. There were already thousands of articles that had been written on this. It's like he just tweeted this, and yet how are you able to have thousands of articles out there already published? In my opinion, there's and they used to do that before ChatGPT, so it's not just a bunch of ChatGPT written. I know when you Google something now, as we've discussed, it's only these verified sites. Sheena, if you wanna start a search engine, let me know what it is. I would love to help, but also I'd love to use it. Any kind of alternative to the current system that we have would be great. If I want to Google something, I want basically a wide variety of information. Here's another thing where I feel Google has some issues. You only by default see their first 10 results. There's something known as infinite scroll, or you can have it search provide at least 100 results. But it's like if you're not in that top 10 of Google, no one is ever going to find you, and that makes Google such a powerful tool. I know when I worked in sponsored ad, and that's how Google says you can move up in their rankings. And then they also have a monopoly on the information. So for one reason, perhaps their privacy policy or shadow ban you from their search results. And if your website is not in Google, you're not going to be found by 95% of anyone out there. It's unfortunate that Google has so much power and they're not utilizing it in a I feel, a good way. Great point. Sheena, go ahead. You're absolutely right. I've worked for companies that did. Um, I think that it's a pay-for-play system. I think probably life is like that, but it didn't used to be like that on Google at least. Google had some features that were tremendous. I want to say maybe 13 years ago. That really, like, in my opinion, Twitter was a non-existent app. Oh, in the like in 2007, 2008, Twitter to me was pointless because you had Facebook and you could do a Facebook post update. And the ability to do a Facebook post update, you could do like 240 characters. There was necessarily no reason to have Twitter out there yet, and it was losing money, and it was just held up by hedge funds, and it has been this entire time. Then Google had this function. I don't know if anyone remembers this function, but whenever there was any kind of breaking news and you typed it into Google, let's say it would be like Elon Musk announced his new CEO. The first thing that would only have this relationship for 1 year, but it was really, really beneficial because it basically scanned all of Twitter in addition to Google, and then you got your results. So if it was something breaking, many times on Google, there wouldn't be an article published about it yet, not like in today's fast-paced world. And you could go to Twitter right there and it had the results. And it made me use Twitter a lot more. Once Twitter was removed from those results, it just kind of, forced me to pay attention to Google more. And I haven't, didn't really utilize Twitter until recently. One other thing I think is very important, and this I'm talking about in all of technology's history. There's been one relationship that I feel is more important to uh, to mold the opinions of society, and that is that Google pays Apple to be the default search engine on the iPhone. That relationship right there changes everything because very few people actually use. If you have an iPhone, you just type it into Safari, and whatever search engine Safari uses, you're fine with, and you just want those results. And the fact is, Google pays for that. If Amazon did it or Yahoo outbid Google for that, then they would essentially start becoming a status quo. But so long as the iPhone uses Google as the default search engine, we're stuck in this hegemony. Anybody have any thoughts on that? I'm in agreement with you. DuckDuckGo, I use actually probably more than I use Google now, but it's becoming very similar to Google, where they're just taking money from advertisers to promote them to the top. I use, I don't know if anybody's aware, but I'm sure people are, ad blockers. So the one that I really like is uBlock Origin, and essentially I never see ads. I haven't seen blocker up. And number one, it makes you more efficient in what you're trying to find. But additionally, then you don't help those people who are promoting ads. Does anyone else use an ad blocker out there? And what are your thoughts? I agree with you. I'm really disappointed in search in general. Website and search, it's uh, search the website, see a sitemap, basically understand more about the website. And in today's day and age, you don't have search within sites anymore. I'm not saying those searches were generally the best, but they could have been improved. But they've all been removed to essentially keep you on Google. There's also the aspect of um, search. Like if I'm trying to find someone on Twitter and like I don't know, barely type their name in correctly, it says no one under this name exists. It's like, oh my word, I typed a one instead of a two or a one instead of a zero, whatever. It's close enough, but yet it's like this person doesn't exist. You have to essentially type it in perfectly. It's like you're a search engine. You should be able to find this information for me. I don't understand like why it is that Google's the only thing that can produce results, but many times on Twitter or on Facebook or on Instagram, it's like you have to type everything in perfectly, or it says nothing's available. It's interesting to me. Perhaps I don't know if it was purchased for $44 billion and it's at it is essentially now, from what I understand, breaking even. Why they just can't have a usable search engine? Oh, so here's a perfect example. On iOS, at least on my phone, I could be wrong, I have a search function. On Android, I do not. So what does that mean? Uh, if I want to, like, it's basically impossible for me to find this discussion on an Android device because they don't have a search function. And on top of that, if you're not aware of how many different Twitter spaces are going on at once, I really highly recommend the website twitter-dashboard.com. And you'll find there are thousands of Twitter spaces going on. English isn't even the number one language on Twitter spaces. It can vary, but like Arabic's very big, Spanish is very big, and at any given time, there's like between 300 and like 600 English spaces going on. However, if you search it on your phone, you will literally see the same 15 spaces every single time. It's ridiculous to me that Twitter doesn't realize, number one, that they don't have the same functions on iOS and Android, and number two, that they're not utilizing their own technology. I have to go to another website in order to get anything accurate. Twitter Dashboard's a fabulous website. It'll tell you how many people are in the discussion. It'll tell you how many followers the speakers have. I mean, it gives you all kinds of data that Twitter currently doesn't have. If I were Elon Musk, one of the first purchases I would make is Twitter Dashboard, and then integrate that type of technology into my own app, or just take the code and introduce it into my own app. If 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 he wants to have a viable application, which he does, and he wants this to be the all-inclusive X app, well, then start utilizing things that people have already built, and people are so frustrated with your platform that they've created their own. It should not be the case that if I want to find a Twitter, I do. There is a um, there is a theory out there. So it's called the dead internet theory. I don't know if anyone's ever heard of this, but the theory is just one moment, I'm reading Wikipedia, but it says that the internet now consists almost entirely of bot activity and automatically generated content, marginalized human activity. The date given for the death is generally around 2016 or 2017, which I could definitely see. In 2012, YouTube removed billions of views from major record labels such as Sony and Universal as a result of discovering they used fraudulent services to artificially increase the views of their content. The removal of the inflated views aimed to restore credibility to the platform and improve the accuracy of view count, which I don't think it does. Honestly, if I watch, no matter how many times I should watch, and it should be automatically updated. But they want to mess around with their algorithm and say that, oh, well, it's from like one ISP and they don't want people view farming. It's like, look, if somebody's watching it, that counts as a view. I don't understand why you want to literally like hold creators accountable for the amount of views that they're getting and their amount of watch time when it's inaccurate, when the information that you're providing is inaccurate. I don't. We have a new friend who's joined us. Open Eye Project is coming up. Give them a chance to connect. Love to hear what they have to say. I don't know what happened to Open Eye Project. I don't know if everyone heard him at the beginning. I know I didn't. He's talking about fluoride and perhaps its effect on the human bloodstream. I don't know. Go ahead. Thank you. Did not know. Well, as I was previously saying, there's the idea of the dead internet theory, where it's bot that most of the internet perhaps is bot activity now. I can see that, and maybe we've seen the death of the internet, which is such a sad thing. I at least thought that it had so much more potential, and I still think it does. But I do see a lot of just bot generated material, or the same kind of echo chambering of people, and there, to me, it's about different information makes information is power, knowledge is power, and if you tell me, if Google tells me that, if it fact checks something for me, I almost automatically think that it's fake. Go ahead, Sheena. No, I think you're absolutely right, Sheena. So as I'm reading, this is just from Wikipedia, but on the topic of algorithmic radicalization is a concept that algorithms on popular social media sites like YouTube and Facebook drive users toward progressively more extreme content over time, leading them to develop radicalized and extremist political views. I don't necessarily think that's the thing. I think that they use these terms such as, well, one thing it says from the Facebook files, it revealed their AI system prioritizes user engagement over everything else. In my opinion, though, what they consider to be misinformation or hate speech or many of these other things are just like people's opinion. And really, I think that those terms are overblown. Uh, I don't necessarily know what is wrong with providing the alternative opinion when it comes to search engine, aside from if you just want to control information. Anything that you want to do. Uh, let's say you want to promote a certain agenda, you just have to remove the options of search results for your opponent and categorize them as misinformation or hate speech, and then your agenda is
definition of peace.
I do. Basically, it's I'm kind of trying to think, but like it's almost like you'll support your own misguidance or whatever with the search result, with the results from the search engine that you find. So if you type in, let's just say, I'm going to make up a disease, I don't know, uh, whatever, holiosis, okay, whatever that is, and you start to read search engine results that say that people who have holiosis might drink water. There you go. There you go. Okay, trypophobia. So people who trip a lot may have trypophobia, or maybe people who drink water or breathe air or see the sun. And then you're saying to yourself, well, I do all of those things. I must have it. And then, there's essentially self-diagnoses of yourself. Uh, and then you're going perhaps to a medical provider because of something that, you read on WebMD. And in my opinion, it's like, well, it might not even really. You very well could be. I'm looking it up right now. Trypophobia brings feelings of disgust when you see patterns with a lot of holes. Interesting. Sunflowers, honeycombs, sponges, and seedy fruits can cause this response. Now I think I've got it. I didn't even know it was a thing, and now I think I've got it. I'm just proving the point. Does anyone out there legitimately have? I mean, I'm sure there are people that have trypophobia. Anyone in this room have trypophobia? Pavlov. I'm gonna agree with you. When I was a kid, oh, go ahead. I'm in agreement with you. It's almost when we were in the dark, people didn't have so many fears. But now, when you have people are perhaps more fearful in society. I know years ago there were aspects to get information. If you didn't necessarily want to use search engines, we had like peer-to-peer file sending, and that doesn't exist to my knowledge very much anymore. Yeah, there are torrenting sites to some extent that are beneficial if you want to get some information, but peer-to-peer information exchange has all in all died. Does anyone still use any kind of peer-to-peer network? When I say peer-to-peer, I mean those are things like Napster, LimeWire, FrostWire, uh, those kind of things. Exactly, and I think that's exactly what they want. They can read all that information and do with it what they will. I think that's kind of what's taken over. Another thing that's arisen is the fact that they don't want you to own media anymore. So perhaps in the past with peer-to-peer, you could get the MP3 or MP4 file or whatever it was, and you could store it on your hard drive. Now everything is about streaming, and they just want you to keep paying that subscription fee. It's very important to them. Yes, go ahead, Sheena. Right. I think there's some kind of loophole. It's like whether it's newsworthy and relevant. Um, so then, you know, there, we we should be seeing people utilize this more. I don't know if they necessarily are because a lot of times they'll get banned or their subscriptions will be taken down or whatever. But um, really, there's such there's such a huge uh, amount. I feel of money that you need to raise in order to company or perhaps search engine or any kind of alternative that we are all at the beck and call of the current technocracy. That um, it's kind of, it reminds me of what essentially had during the 19th century with the railroads. It was like so expensive to start up a railroad that we were at the beck and call of the railroad tycoons and the railroad barons. In the same way, we have that in the 20th century, or 21st century, I should say, with the tech, technology world. And I think more people would do that, perhaps start their own third party media outlet. But with this, the second that they do, they are called misinformation and they're called theory tellers, and they're just, uh, I mean, you're putting yourself through uh, the ringer if you want to do that because basically you're going up against media outlets that want to keep their monopoly and don't want any competition. So, um, absolutely. I saw just in the news recently something that, I mean, if you were kind of like a teenager in the United States or even globally, many times MTV was a big thing when they actually showed music videos. Then the cost to show music videos became so high that then they made it reality television. But there was a staple that was MTV News, where you get like a little bit of an update from whatever. And I'm not saying that was good news journalism by any means, but I saw Paramount just said that they're shutting that down. So yet it's even one less way to get information to people, and pretty soon we'll just have CNN essentially, which I think its original name was supposed to be like Central News Network, and people joke about it being Communist News Network, but basically I think that's what they're gonna want. It's just everybody watching only one news, getting all your resources from just one platform, and everybody just agreeing with what that says and having absolutely no alternative media. No, you're absolutely right. We're in agreement with you. It is. It's very. It's. I think it's scary to people, in my opinion. It reminds me a lot of 1984, where there's just this central hub, and anybody who says, there's like newsthink and groupthink, and if you go and try to have any kind of alternative opinion, it's wrongthink, and perhaps you'll have to go to re-education. It's ridiculous. And honestly, I think it's even more ridiculous that it can happen in the United States because we have the First Amendment and we should have freedom of the press, but we don't. And I mean, I think it's probably freer than most countries, but even still, we see how the these conglomerates can silence all of their uh, competitors. I mean, all they have to do is just get to the search engine results and say, "Don't show these websites because they're malicious," or whatever. What does that even mean? Malicious. Many times I go to a website and it'll be like, "Oh, be careful. This might be a malicious website." I'm like, I don't even know what that even means, and I have to click like three different things on Google in order to get to it. And it's a totally normal website. I mean, it just has an opinion that isn't necessarily the mainstream opinion, and that's how they block people from going there. That they think they're going to get a virus or something like that.
Yeah, I kind of like that. I like better. Actually, like after pressing buttons, have like process it in comments. But sometimes I like stepping steps sometimes touching the site now or less considered the white marker or something else.
You're absolutely right, Sheena. I have a lot of Twitter accounts, so I like to run different tests, and I will literally just post the exact same picture in people's like chats or Twitter um, spaces. And with one account, it will say at a certain point your AI algorithm is poor. I don't know how else to describe it, but and that's another thing too. We've just seen chat bots and how impressive they are, starting in basically November 2022. But Facebook and YouTube, they've been using their algorithms for a long time, but they aren't nearly as intelligent as these new algorithms. Or it seems like there are a lot of more beneficial aspects of using um, large language models than the old system of algorithms. But it's basically, from what I've read, these companies just want user engagement. It's all about user engagement. It's not necessarily about freedom of information. That's unfortunate. Well, everyone, I want you to know it's been an absolute pleasure to be here to co-host. I have some things that I would like to do this afternoon, so I'm going to get going. I want Logan, you to know, I mean, on behalf of all of Twitter Spaces, thank you so much for your dedication to providing a forum where people can speak their mind on any subject. They don't have to feel vilified, and you just do it for such a long time. It's just my hat's off to you, my friend. Thank you so much for all that you do for the Twitter space. I know, but at least you've got a device that is able to consistently have these spaces. You do a great job, but you're on the flip side at some point. It's been a pleasure speaking to everyone. Mello, Sheena, thank you so much. And really, if you need me, I'm here for you. Thank you, everyone. Is this real?
community know what my tweet? Can you tell me why you're wrong? My point was that we have way more people handling our taxes, making the laws for our taxes, checking your work to make sure you're not going to get a felony for clicking through TurboTax, and making the phone laws to sue yourself for, and we have people
I love this
actually.
guy's accent.
So they said, the community note says, actually, the IRS has 80,000 employees compared to 60,000 employees for customs and border patrol, otherwise known as CBP. Here's my main point of contention. The IRS only handles taxes. That is their entire job. They do not do anything else. CBP, on the other hand, is one of the world's
So hot.
others slapped the community down on my tweet. Can you tell me why you're wrong? My point was that we have way more people handling our taxes, making the laws for our taxes, checking the work. Felony for clicking through TurboTax.
Let's see if that's here. No. Sorry, guys. I mean, you're not playing for your life. You're not your best. There's this stories fucking playhouse. Look, in the fucking rafters of our basement. Really? Amazing. I think this girl's an SEC or something. Oh my god, it's amazing. But it was like, damn, this bitch is on TV. Jeez, I've seen her naked. I like it. Really? Oh my god, it was amazing. Alright, why don't you like about her? She's not like stupidly hot. You gotta be stupidly hot. She's okay. Scale 1 to 10. I'm taking Vanna White all day long right now. So sundress and everything. What did you see? Were you anywhere near Wright-Patterson Air Force Base? Okay, Wright-Patterson's near Dayton. That's not too far, is it? It's very interesting that you say that. So, from like within ufology, a lot of people have the theory. Is it like two worlds merging, the UAP, like UFO phenomenon, and like trans love and things like that? Can you explain UAP? There are people out there who really hate ufologists. I have found that perhaps potentially people are dismissive of it, but I've not found a lot of hate. Do you find hate in your beliefs? I hate people who don't like free speech. I guess that's something that I hate. And I know hate's a strong word, and I hate people who don't want to allow for free speech. I know that's kind of it's controversial, but I don't like people who want to suspend anybody else from saying anything that they want. Is that controversial to you all? Right. And as I say that, I'm like, well, I kind of do have a peace and love attitude too. So maybe if, they're just not well educated enough. So I don't really hate them. But I've never, when people would say, like, wow, hate is a strong term, it's like, I know it is. I'm using it as such. And there are a few realms out there which I kind of reserve that. And but I've never known anybody to be really like to absolutely hate UFOs or ufology. I'm sure that there have been some, and I'm sure that there are people out there. I just don't find a lot of hate out there, like on that subject, like I do on a lot of other subjects. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, that does seem like it. Uh, the idea that, ratting on your neighbor and basically sticking your nose where it doesn't belong in order to get others in trouble is very Gestapo-esque. You're right. People are afraid to be wrong. I personally have really found being wrong to be one of the most refreshing things about life because it basically, well, it changes the way that you think, firstly, because you were wrong on the topic. And then when you interact with future topics, you are more careful about what you say and having the beliefs that you do. I know that when people have proven me wrong, and I've been proved wrong many a time on many a different subject, I really am very thankful to the people who have done that and hold them in high regard. And I know not everyone does this, but I think it's a good philosophy to have. That is very true. I agree with you on that. To hearts, what you were saying, um, did you sense you had, if you're not familiar, Hart had described an encounter or some type of um, spiral that they saw in the sky. Did you feel like it was a government type of technology, or it was paranormal, or perhaps alien? Do you have any comments on that part? Did it have a certain color? Oh, and it closed, and it went back to a normal sky. Very interesting. Did it have like a blue hue around it? Go ahead, G. Does anyone who has any kind of experience, if you're not aware, uh, and I've had just one in my life, but to report the experience on MUFON.org if you're comfortable enough to do it. If you're aware, there's essentially you don't like MUFON? Go ahead. It's not a call-in. Essentially, you report it on a map, is what I'm trying to say. It's not a telephone number. I've reported an orb within the last year to their website, MUFON.org, and so if that's if they don't take orb reports. I beg to differ. In fact, I did it on YouTube, live on YouTube, to show people that if you have had an experience, even if it's from the past, it's important to get it documented. Are you sure it was MUFON that wouldn't let you put an orb report in? I don't. I don't know if them having to take the report. It's just a report that you submit to them, and then it puts it on a large map. But then it shows others, perhaps who have had similar experiences, especially in the area where you are. It allows you to connect with them. I am in agreement with you that many times the different UFO reporting agencies do not agree. And there's been a complete amount of drama between them for the last 40 years at least. But at least when it comes to MUFON, the one thing that I find very helpful, you go to MUFON.org, and there's a big map of the world, and everything from triangles to discs to rod-shaped UFOs to what I saw like a ball of light. They are tracked, and you can see if anybody has had similar interactions or similar reports. But I am in agreement with you that overall ufology and reporting system needs improvement, and there is a lot of competition for who is the be all and end all. I just think that the MUFON website is very helpful because it does give you a big map, and if you're not aware, uh, anomalous activity happens all over the world on a daily basis. A lot of times I hear people say in ufology, oh, if UFOs were a thing, well, then there'd be a bunch of reports on it. It's like there are. On a daily basis, it's a timeline of reports. So if you haven't been there, perhaps if you had one, I highly encourage you to report it. I'm not the best person at this. I had mine like 10 years before I actually reported it. but at least I recorded it and did the best I could to describe what it was like. And if anybody else out there has had one, I highly suggest it. It was a pretty easy process. And it had quite a few different options to describe whatever your event was, and then you post it and it basically puts it on a big map for you. But again, there's been a lot of drama within the UFO world, especially with these organizations. They don't get along well, and I don't understand why. Pete, could you repeat that, please? The Disclosure Project. Logan, have you ever seen anything anomalous? What was it? Was multiple times? Talk to us. I don't think that's that controversial. I think we've all seen that. Oh, like a figure that was completely black? Well, I don't think you need to report that to the MUFON website. I uh, I've lived around Compton. I've worked around Compton. That's not necessarily anything that anomalous. I'm talking paranormal. Have you ever seen anything like that? That's wild. So basically, you were in your bedroom, and some kind of anomalous figure entered or was there, appeared, and paralyzed you in your bed. And he was there for about a minute and then disappeared. And it's wild. Did you report it on MUFON? And was this figure, did it seem alien or was it human like? Were you doing something that you shouldn't have necessarily been doing? Why that disapproving look, do you think? Well, that's wild. Any idea how this person got into your house? Do you think they were an alien? That's wild. We've had some experiences in here, in Logan's room actually, who discuss their encounters with aliens. And one thing, uh, I've never, to my knowledge, been taken by an alien. But one thing I find interesting is people, when they do have these encounters, they'll have their Wi-Fi going, they'll have a bunch of cameras going, and it'll all fail, just like exactly when you wanted it to work. I find that very interesting. Logan, your description of that kind of being reminds me of some similar discussions that we've had here where essentially someone or something was in someone's room and it happened so often to them that they started trying to videotape it. Unfortunately, they never got it on camera, but that's wild. I would be freaked out. I'm telling you, like for years afterward, if something was in my room and I didn't know how it got in there, I would be absolutely freaked out. So you're braver than I am when it comes to that. Oh, that's wild. I was thinking it was at night when you were asleep. Wow, that is creepy. And it happened in California? That's wild. You said strangle or straddle? That's wild. But you were like paralyzed. He did, he didn't say anything to you though. It was just complete silence, just a disapproving look. Trent, Trent, That's wild. I don't know. Honestly, for all the paranormal study that I do, there is there are questions that still exist out there for me. Bigfoot is one of them. Ghosts are one of them. And so, I mean, your description is kind of along the lines of ghosts, but perhaps uh, paranormal being as well. I'm not exactly sure what it was. And Logan, you've never seen a disc or an orb or anything else like that. Just this is the one encounter that you've had with something paranormal. don't mind this shit. I had it read about it. I could pull up the text. I'm going on it. Sorry. Talk about something. That's right. There's four. You can label it. You can. Well, and then they make the one that comes like this. Extra points on. Not to necessarily change the subject, but perhaps to as well. I have what I feel is not a controversial topic, but I'd like to hear the room's opinion on it. I don't feel that anyone has the right to put their hands on anyone else uh, without the other person's consent. Okay, uh, I think that's generally known. Like if you don't have their consent, it's battery. Okay, fine. Yet it's still legal in the United States to beat your children, to perhaps have corporal punishment, even in schools. And in my opinion, I think that that should not be allowed. What is everyone's opinion on this? I agree. I feel like these are um, antiquated traditions. I don't. I mean, you know, basically, in many states, you can even use weapons. Um, Schools can do it, so people outside your family can do it. I don't know why it's not passed. Why law federally is not passed like a Child Protection Act that you don't have permission to put your hands on a child, no matter the reason. I mean, put them in timeout. You can ground them, but you cannot physically. Uh, you can't use physical force to discipline. I don't understand why it's 2023 and it's still a mishmash of laws in the United States according to who can hit whom and where. Uh, I know that generally it's not done in schools, but it's still on the books that it's legal. I don't understand why we still allow these things. That's what I hear. Is, and you'll feel differently when you have children. So please talk to us. I understand what you're saying. Go ahead, D. I think we're evolving as well. I certainly understand people, and many times people use corporal punishment because they have such a fear that, like Zim was saying, and I understand that. Um, I think, though, perhaps people can take that too far and start doing it for any reason whatsoever, or whatever they may feel is justified. I just, if you ever look at the state laws on corporal punishment, 28 states, DC, and the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico ban corporal punishment in schools. Okay, fine. The majority of students uh, where corporal punishment is used, California to Maine, you're going to get all different types of laws as to what you can and can't do. And basically, I kind of had a joke about this. Like, whatever it is, as a child, I just wanted to be consistent within the United States. I don't think that it should be like, oh, well, we live in Arizona, so we can beat your ass here, but in Colorado, it's not specified, and it's banned in Utah and New Mexico, essentially the 4 points area of the United States. We have 3 different laws going on. It's very confusing, I think. I don't think it's something that's generally discussed. People don't like to talk about hitting their children. It is something that goes on, but you're not allowed to hit adults. And I just feel the same. You shouldn't be able to hit a child. But again, I don't have children, and that's what the argument that was always made. And when I've heard you'll feel differently if you're being grounded is not necessarily sufficient. I was like Zim as well. Any kind of threat of anything, um, to me, was if it would be corporal, would be seen as much as like temporary, as opposed to long-term punishments. To me, seem much more. Uh, uh, how would I say? They were much more significant because they were for so much longer. In my opinion, and I know this may be controversial, but the timeout is really an excellent way to perhaps make children think about their actions. I know it's not perfect, but at least in schools, if I were to, and they actually are starting this in Glendale, California. So there are these like peace rooms or like calm rooms, where essentially if you have a kid who's acting up in school, uh, what you do is you send the kid to one of these calm rooms, and it's a room that's like got this really like sage green color. They're playing like nice classical music, and it does everything that is in the school's power to calm the child down and at least hopefully allow them to refocus. I feel as if this is a new type of way to perhaps um, punish quote unquote children, but I don't know if anybody has had any kind of uh, sees the benefits of it or had any kind of fortune using that. But in my opinion, these are something that we should utilize more often. I'd like to know your thoughts. Well, I was just giving an example that if you're in the Four Points area of the United States, Utah and New Mexico have banned corporal punishment, but Arizona it's allowed, and in Colorado it's not specified. So let's just say that you are on a school field trip to the Four Corners area of the United States. That's where Utah, Colorado, Arizona, and New Mexico meet. Depending on which section you're in or which quarter you're in, uh, a school would be able to beat you in one of them. It's not specified in another, and it's banned from doing it in two others. To me, that's just bad law, essentially. I think we need a federal law that says you cannot put your hands on another person, no matter their age, if you don't have their consent. I am. It's corporal punishment. You're exactly right. The punishment is out there now to just remove devices, and perhaps you'll get children to act the way in which you want. What I find interesting, especially in today's trans like 2SLG LGBTQ plus world, is I mean you're hearing about states that basically are passing laws that like if a school doesn't if like a child wants to be a different sex, the school either has to tell the parent, or in other cases they can't tell the parent. And like that's a big that's really invasive into a family's dichotomy. Yet we haven't and we're willing to legislate on really complicated subjects such as like gender dysphoria and you know trans like trans the trans rights movement. Yet no one's looking out for this just regular kids who I just feel that you shouldn't be able to hit them. And it's look, I understand if it happens once or twice, I'm still not saying that's right, but there's a big difference between that being legal and also getting hit once or twice a week for something. That's legal as well. And there's no it's kind of like a silent part of society where there are children who are beaten on a daily basis or perhaps a weekly basis, whether generally undeservedly, but parents are protected by the law, or even schools are protected by the law. B, go ahead. You're absolutely right. And there's some things about the issue that I feel we can't scientifically judge. So essentially, you may have someone who is a huge man who is hitting a little girl. We don't know what kind of pain that can inflict. I understand it might be a spanking on the butt or something that as a to another adult may not seem to inflict pain, but it certainly can. It can create some traumatic memories for those children. And moreover, I don't like the fact that the law is so vague that you can live in a state where you send your kids to school and someone else can put their hands on those kids. I mean, maybe like Zim's a parent and seems to very much care for their children. Zim, are you okay with a teacher being able to put their hands on your child and beat them without your consent? Exactly, and that's I'm sorry that happened to you, and you're exactly right. It depends. I mean, there are uh, there are substance like people who abuse substances. Perhaps you live in a family with an alcoholic. Um, when it when you have those types of situations, the standard is not um, is there isn't a standard essentially, and just because it seems like it's okay in one family doesn't mean that it's okay in another family. Uh, you know, we've heard stories of an incident, but that's not necessarily every day, which it definitely can be. I was quite, curious about this topic, where uh, how the rest of the world really feels about it. So as of 2023, only three, that would be France, Germany, and Japan, of seven G7 members, including three G7, Argentina, Brazil, South Africa, and South Korea, of the 20 G20 member states have banned the use of corporal punishment against children. But it does seem like it is happening. And I think B had mentioned that perhaps that it was cultural, and that we're moving maybe away from that. And I mean, I'm really more to protect the kid to protect all children, really, but especially the kid who has a parent is under a lot of stress, and that parent takes it out on the child, and there's no way to defend that. And then when the child says, "You shouldn't be hitting me," the parent puts the guilt trip on them. Okay, well, call the police on me. Then you'll be taken away. That shouldn't be the decision for the child to be put in foster care or to be beaten at home. That's just my opinion. There you go. It could have had some psychological effects on you. Ursula, go ahead. Go ahead, B. Hey, Pete, whatever you'd like to discuss, I've gotten the feedback that I need. What would you like to discuss? Very well. B, are you someone who thinks that perhaps we may, generally I think that humans on Earth, Homo sapiens, but that we're living also amongst the world of either hybrids or shapeshifters?
I call it my ISR night, and because I think it's like a market product, right? It's decent, but I think TCG was like cheaper and it's sure the same. It was just not the link that changed the descriptions over time. That's what I like out of itself. Not feature 45 feet away from me, and started this laser right text all the sort of I have no idea where it goes. I have a video of the crying one message. So it's like it's crying and it dropped and I don't want to make it read. But like the image is but yeah, this PTSD could be fear or whatever else like that. So maybe that's why I'm grasping so hard. I'm just tired of crying and so I can do stuff back.
That's absolutely your opinion. Thank you. Ursula, go ahead.
Have you ever heard of something? Entities like a little bit, but it went again the cycle where like last year you got like going through and these different groups
Say Shelly? What the fuck is that? Gimme? What the fuck is that? How do you say this? Say Shell. Shake it. Stop it. Where is that? What the fuck? That's a country?
I think the first paranormal experience I had, I see it right in my head.
When did it become a country? I've never heard of this country. 2075.
To the point where I see the orange movies while I was in the movie. But I haven't been able to witness this real. So I'm going the next one. When I was my dad was in Fort Knoxville, and I was doing somersaults on the couch, right? And I just remember going to show off Dad watching the news. And I was doing somersaults off the couch, and hit my head so hard into the edge of the joint that I hit the square in the left ankle. And like a butterfly stung there open the front, but it's severed. And the muscles in my thigh.
How is it that I can't? You have
Day after that, anyway, back in the early 80s, there were these old pocket toys that just did some plastic chatterbox phones, right? It was in 1983. electronic center or whatever, but in the middle of the night, it would ring, right? And me and my sister were 4 o'clock to answer it, and there's this lady talking in some foreign language. And it wasn't a recording because we could laugh and talk or whatever and interrupt her, and it would change her speech pattern. And she would laugh and she would hear these things scream and tell her parents about it. My mom still and she remembers it. My sister remembers. Like she doesn't know about all of us. That was really weird because it did it a couple of weeks before my dad ended up coming out. There's something with that pattern experiences to the trauma. So that poltergeist activities, right?
That makes it so much more complicated. You should just put the fucking. What's wrong? Nice creep. Why are you doing this? Dude, your fucking show is so boring. It's a cool matchup. These aren't how the songs go. Try to work this out somehow. Those are so. Mon père. Shut up, man. Shut up. This isn't time politics. Shut up. What's wrong with you? Very true. Very true. All these temporary people are here making it. Well, it's not temporary, it's not temporary. What is it called? It's temporary. It's jungle people. You know, it's like English people. There's fucking else. Remember some around Filipino captives. That's what it is. Stupid. Absolutely. There's just tell you a story. When I got on the line, I was thinking of pizza and talking to the woman and talking and then What up, man?
Sounds like 16.
Hi, everyone. Purple Pill and Emergent. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life on the internet 24/7, 365 for the last 2 years. I have more data online than any person, and I do it for world peace. Thank you for letting me be here. How is everyone? Thank you so much. East Coast. It's like 6:13 for me here. Yeah, more like Silicon Beach. Silicon Valley's up in San Francisco, but I worked in Silicon Beach here in Los Angeles. I live in Orange County. If you're familiar where that is, Irvine, California, it's near Disneyland. Why is there so much dust? Wow, is it perhaps asbestos paint? Absolutely. Those masks don't do enough to protect people's lungs. I'm in agreement with you. Well, I'm a rabbi, I'm a certified project management professional. That's what I do for a living. But I gave up at least the project management professional part for a couple of years. I still am certainly a rabbi day in and day out, which means I do all the. That's correct. Teacher. What's a natural rabbi? Oh, very well. Understood. He just passed away. How old was he? How did he die? Boy, that's unfortunate. Oh, talking about. You want me to tell you about the Holocaust? Sure. In my opinion, that's certainly a narrative. You also hear the narrative is 6 million Jews died, and that's basically what you read in history books. As to what Jews were essentially chosen to live and chosen to die, I think that's up to God. I'm not essentially an expert as to why Hitler chose some Jews to live and some Jews to die, but essentially the feeble of many different cultures, homosexuals, people with mental disorders, uh, really anyone who was seen out of the mainstream that could potentially degrade the German bloodline was seen as an enemy and essentially sent to concentration camps and labor camps and during the World War II. And many people there were died from typhoid and many other diseases as well. They were terrible places. But as to like one lineage or during the Holocaust, generally it was Reform Jews who were um, killed, but that's the majority of Jews in general. So that's why they were chosen. You're right. You're right there too. Hold on. Right. I'm definitely in agreement. Right. Yes, I understand what you're saying. In fact, to this day, I don't know a single document that Hitler signed that uh, says that he wants to exterminate the Jews. But many Jews I know, I can tie within my lineage 271,000 people connected to me, not necessarily my family, but from Germany who were persecuted, or Eastern Europe as well, Hungary, Poland. And it's a terrible thing to discriminate against people based on their genetics or their race or their gender. So I hope we don't have that as well. I'm totally in agreement with you, Emergent. Right? Boy, wouldn't it be nice to have the knowledge that you have now at a younger age? Perhaps you. Sorry, I muted myself. Wouldn't it be nice to have the knowledge that you have now at a younger age, than, but with the wisdom that you have? I get what you're saying. It's difficult to ponder these things sometimes. That certainly may be a thing. I am with you on that. I think that's a good spot for me to tell you I'm gonna be on my way, but I think we're gonna be good friends from here on out. I got you followed. I followed Purple Pill. I want you to know I wish you the best with the project. Keep me posted, and I'll. Absolutely. Shout out to Emergent. Shout out to Purple Pill. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and I'll see you on Twitter Spaces and pretty soon. Okay. Excellent. Beautiful. You take care, Emergent. Have a wonderful night. Pleasure to speak with you as well. Damn, I'm 40 days older than this bitch.